E aí, Zé Gilberto, tudo bem aí?
Ah, Justo, ¿todo bien?
Oh, tudo bem. Va bene, sensei. Come va?
I make a warm up before lesson.
For everybody?
No. after Dr. Yoga.
Yeah. But will you start, Sensei Yoga, vai começar?
I don't know.
Io penso che sì. O plano era questo.
Programma.
Come vai?
See, Dr. Org is the first.
Você muteou meu... Aí, muteou minha...
Yeah, because in 1 minute, en un minuto vamos a abrir YouTube. Así tenemos mucha gente nos mirando. Así solamente hacemos pose.
Por que todo mundo me mutea? Why I mute?
No, they are muting because vamos a abrir el YouTube.
Perfecto. Entonces...
Mucha gente va a estar mirando. Así, la única...
Você está muteado ahora. ¿Se va a abrir el YouTube por aquí, Luis? Por aquí mismo se abre, ¿verdad? Bom dia, Marcelaí.
Bom dia. Good morning.
Good morning. Bom dia. Obrigado por sua resposta outro dia aí. Sim.
Please, good morning, buenos dias. Please, don't talk now because the YouTube is open, okay? Thank you. Seguir a sequência agora.
Siamo in diretta su YouTube, se volete parlare dovete. Hanno messo.
Hello, ITKF family. We are very happy. Welcome to Global Seminar. Now with you, General Secretary, Mr. Kister. Your microphone is unmuted.
Good morning, Americas. Good afternoon, Europe and Africa. Good night, Asia, Oceania. ITKF is proud to announce its second global meeting at 2020. The very first was our website launch ceremony. Many other meetings will follow thereon. ITKF is the original and sole home of traditional karate. The guardian of Sensei Nishiyama memory, the enforcer of his vision. When IOC bureaucrats tried to distort karate back in 1985, imposing preposterous and foolish rules as a price to become an Olympic game, Master Nishiyama was inflexible. It was the birth of traditional karate in opposition to sports something else. We will hear this story today by the one that have witnessed and fought these fights along with Sensei Nishiyama. And he is Sensei Richard Jorgensen. We will also have the pleasure to hear Sensei Justo Gomez. Impressive, 7 times world champion. Global top class athletes, which will gift us with a great class on Kitei Kata.
Go, Mr. Vinicius.
Sensei Elidio Contarelli and Vyacheslav Nedev will explain to us traditional karate kata training methods, principles, and biomechanical aspects. Sensei Yorga will address the impact of proper traditional karate training on general health. Finally, our chairman, Gilberto Gertner, worldwide recognized as a leader of winning teams and champions Foga, will test us with emotional balance brought by traditional karate practice. I hope you all enjoy the wisdom of our global leaders and have a great Saturday with us. With you now, ITKF Chairman, Sensei Gilberto Gertner.
My greetings to all of great ITKF family. It's with great satisfaction that ITKF starts today the first global online seminar. This event will serve as a model for our technical and arbitration qualifications and for the training of instructors to be accredited by Traditional Karate University. I would like to initially thank you all of our board, committees, and commissions involved in the organization and production of this event for your tireless work and dedication to ITKF. I also want to thank our senior professors who compose the technical committee and who are going to teach classes throughout today. Sensei Yorga, Jorgensen, Nedev, Contarelli, and Gomez. I also like to welcome and thank the presence of our national leaders and all our members and guests. All are very welcome. Today, ITKF has more than 50 affiliated countries and develops traditional karate that emphasize self-defense, physical health, emotional balance, cognitive development, and human values. Our purpose is to develop a culture of peace, equality, and sustainability. Congratulations to those present, as today will be a day that will be marked in the history of ITKF. Let's build the history together as one great family. Our goal is to make the ITKF bigger and stronger, and I count on each one you here to achieve our goal together. Our guiding motto is to develop a traditional karate applied to daily life. Our motto is summed up in the Budo for Life mantra. I thank you once again for your presence and wish you an excellent event. Keeping traditional alive and strong, we will start our seminar with Dojo Kun. I invite now Master Watanabe, Chairman of ITKF Shirankai, also known as the Last Samurai, to recite it. Thank you so much.
一つ人格完成に努むること、一つ誠の道を守ること、一つ努力の精神を養うこと、一つ礼儀を重んじること、一つ決起の結はしょうが。
Now, Mr. Kister, please invite the first master.
Our first lecture today will be given by Sensei Yorga. Sensei Yorga started his karate back in 1957. Okay, I will say it again. 1957. I am 63 and I was not even born. Sensei Yorga is the ITKF most senior sensei with 63 years of his life dedicated to our art development. Sensei Yorga studied under Tetsuji Murakami, Taiji Kaze, Hidetaka Nishiyama, Chojiro Shujiyama, Hiroshi Shirai, and the list goes on. Sensei Yorga is important part of karate history. He had direct participation on the foundation of global organizations. 1969, London. He was the General Secretary of Union Mondiale de Karate. 1917, Tokyo. Sensei Yorga was a founding member of VUCO. 1974, New York. Sensei Yorga was a founding member of ITKF as its vice president. 1990, Peru, Lima. Sensei Yorga was a member of the Constitutional Committee and vice president of ITKF. He presently holds the following positions at ITKF: director, official, member of the technical committee, member of the Shihankai Council. He is the most graduate sensei and holds a Kyudan rank at ITKF. Dr. Yorga is a medical doctor. He is the dean of the International Faculty of Sport at the United Nations University for Peace. He has dedicated his life to research the impact of the practice of traditional karate on general health. Let us hear what he has to tell us about this. With you, Shihan Sensei, Dr. Yorga.
Thank you very much, Sensei Luis, for nice words. Also, thank you to all my friends, members of this seminar, and especially I'd like to thank to all our students and our instructors. I hope they are participating on this global seminar. My topic is very, how to say, scientific, too much for karate people. And you see the title is short-term and long-term effects of karate training on cardiovascular health. I just took this part of this big project that I started in 1963 concerning karate first as a sport. After, with my karate maturation and my scientific maturation, I realized that karate is a more art than sport. One segment of karate, traditional karate, is a sport, but main part is a question of education, self-perfection, and from my aspect, very important for health. Concerning this research influence of karate on health, I have to remind you that our senseis, for example, Sensei Tosu Anko, he wrote a letter to Ministry of Defense and Ministry of War and Ministry of Education of Japan, recommending karate as a special discipline. And in point 7, he mentioned influence of karate on health. Also, you can find in Bubishi book and 8 sentences concerning karate, and number 3 sentence is talking about karate and breathing, karate and health, meaning that our senseis already knew that there is for sure one deep connection between karate training and health. During this period of from 68 to 88, golden period of research in karate, we published about 250, 300, between 250 and 300, 270 precisely, articles in different medical journals, and researching all aspects of karate training and health. Today, I will focus on practical effect of karate training on cardiovascular health. And in this topic, I will include also relationship between cardiovascular, metabolic, and respiratory system and influence of karate training. Next slide, please. This is a presentation of basic model of training, but I put here kata training because I did kata training and I use kata kushanku or kanku dai. I use this kata from a medical aspect, biomechanical, and also historical aspect, because this kata was presented in 6 March of 1921 in front of Shuri Castle on the visit of Japanese prince and his wife to Europe. First time that Japanese family went out from Japan, and this presentation made big shock on Prince Hirohito, and he was really excited with this performance. And this kata was performed in front of Prince and his wife. And this kata I used explaining the biological principles of training. If you look here on the left, let me show you. Here on the left, this is functional abilities, okay? And some level of functional abilities, we start our training. Kata training start here and start processes of changing energy, what we need for kata training. And here is a level of one specific carbohydrate as a source of energy called glycogen in the cells, muscle cells. And you see how it's slowly, gradually decreasing during the kata training. We stopped here, kata training. Now from here, start recovery. And this is processes which are involved in recovery, we call anabolic processes, and recovering in biological tissue, in human body, in muscle tissue, always overcompensate from starting level. This we call supercompensation, biological, meaning each training, next training should come on the level of supercompensation. This is system of fully recovery of our abilities. In this diagram is abilities of glycogen, energy substrate of muscle contraction. And this is kata training. We used Kankudai and we finished. System of training, please next slide. If you look here, before, there are many methods of training. Generally, we can split in continual methods, interval methods, and I use the interval method specific for anaerobic and aerobic training. And this method means unit of work and unit of recovery. Unit of work was 3 times performance of Kankudai, and after that we have a resting period, recovering time, the same time value like kata performance is about 2 minutes, 2 minutes and 20 seconds. This was method used, and this method, we looked influence of these 60 minutes of training. We started before measurement and after training. And in this research, after I use national team of Yugoslavia, after 1 year of training, to see and compare acute effects of kata training and 1 year chronic effects of training. Here I put this slide to show karate. If you see here, karate and medicine combining karate and influence of this medical aspect of karate training on metabolic syndrome. This is one syndrome which is very interesting for health. If you see, karate training is causing, if you look, body fat accumulation is going down, reducing. Insulin sensitivity, what is very important to control blood sugar level, is going up, meaning better sensitivity. Tolerance of glucose is going up. We can use more glucose for our diet. If you look at these components of cholesterol, low density lipoprotein cholesterol, bad cholesterol is going down. Good cholesterol, high density cholesterol is going up. Plasma triglycerides going down, meaning fat acids are going down in the blood. Blood pressure is going down. Susceptibility to thrombosis, coagulation is going down, meaning that kata training cause fibrinolysis, this meaning blocking processes of coagulation. The most important, because this inflammation, low level inflammation, chronic inflammation is involved up to now, new theories in medicine in all chronic processes of human health, meaning in atherosclerosis, in diabetes, in all chronic processes in human body, meaning our karate training controlled by healthy diet and controlling by weight reduction. If you look, karate has important influence of this low level inflammation, has a big impact in controlling inflammation, which is basic source of all chronic disease. And the newest research shows that kata training is influencing function of this specific endothelial cells. This is one layer of cells in the blood vessels, the most internal, the layer of cells which is in contact with blood. In small blood vessels, capillaries, capillaries made up on one basic membrane and one layer of cells, endothelial cells. This is very important to understand that karate training and kata training has big influence of that, causing release of one specific hormone gas. This is nitrogen oxide, which is influencing on blood vessels, causing specifically dilatation dilatation and also causing more consumption of oxygen. Normally, this karate training concerning some people genetically, they have some specific, how to say, advantages, and this is up to now is about 35%. All others is question of environmental factors, meaning of training. Also, age depends on in which age group you are practicing, and especially for veterans, older people, karate kata training is incredible tool for development of cardiovascular health and respiratory health, and normally gender. If you see this, just to have an idea, and I will explain in details connection between karate training and health. Next slide, please. Here is just to show that lipids, okay, practically food, lipids, carbohydrates, and proteins, and they are all involved to produce energy. But if you look importance, basic units of lipids are fatty acids and glycerol. For carbohydrates, it's glucose and glycogen. And for proteins, amino acids. If you look all these three groups, and in between, I have just to show how important is have very complex feeding, because in our food, we must have vitamins, minerals, and very specific substances, what we call phytonutrients. Just to have picture, because I connected karate training and diet. Next slide, please. Here is data concerning, from one side, cardiovascular system, from the other side, concerning metabolic system, and from third side, concerning respiratory system. Normally, breathing in to the lungs, this whole system we call mechanical aspect of respiration or pulmonary ventilation. Oxygen, and later on I will explain just general idea, is connected to hemoglobin, metabolic aspect, blood with hemoglobin going to the heart, and from heart going to periphery to all our cells. And just imagine our body has between 80 and 110 trillions of cells. Each cell must receive oxygen and release CO2. This is peripheral blood flow, capillaries and arterioles and veins, peripheral flow. And the basic unit in all these systems concerning metabolic activities is this structure, what is called mitochondria. In these specific organs inside of cells, and these organs are basic energy producer. Exactly in this specific crystal, inside there is a practically coming molecular oxygen from the air is activated, and this oxygen is used to oxidize lipids, proteins, and carbohydrates, producing energy. Normally, waste product of this metabolism, the end products are water and CO2. Water is excreted by system of kidney, and CO2 is excreted by expulsion through pulmonary ventilation as a expiration. Next slide, please. Now, to explain influence of kata training on respiratory system. If you look this, air we breathe, and all this is coming through system of conductive respiratory part of system, meaning conduction. When we inhale, practically chest expands and diaphragm contracts. This is basic to understand what is inspiration. Air breathed out, expiration, practically diaphragm relaxes and elastic force of lung tissue and pressure of abdominal muscle press the air and air exit lungs. This is almost passive process. If you look inspiratory, this is active process, meaning that we use several group of muscles. For karate people to understand, performing different techniques by hands and legs, especially in this part, hand techniques, involved activation of very important inspiratory muscles. We have 7 groups of inspiratory muscles. They are all involved in kata training. This is first, the most important is diaphragm. Second group is between costa, intercostal muscles, between costa in our thorax, which by contraction, they expand the thorax, meaning enlarge the chest. Third group is one big group of muscles, serratus anterior group muscles, and we have supplementary muscles in respiration, which are involved in deep and strong inspiration, like in kata. This is big muscle from the neck to the clavicle, which also connect to the thorax. This is sternocleidomastoideus, one big muscle parallel from both sides. Also group of neck muscles, scalenus group of muscles. And from the back side, we have elevator of scapula, also influencing enlargement of thorax. And on the spine, we have this erector of spine. This is 7 groups that are involved in inspiration, meaning each kata training is engaging this group of muscles, more or less depends on kata and techniques of kata. Expiration is a passive process, generally saying, but also we have involvement of muscles. First, exhaling diaphragm, it relaxes, passive, no? Elastic forces of lung tissue also relax, meaning they make pressure on the lung tissue and expel the air. And we have here one group of muscles. This is internal intercostal muscles in front, and back we have serratus posterior inferior. I'm just telling in Latin this name that I know that many of you are not familiar with that, but just to give you picture how complex is the breathing in karate and how complex is the influence of kata training. Next. Please, I like that you visualize this slide and have picture how is a divine, how is a magic our body, and especially if you look this organ, lungs. On the left side, you see this mechanical part, trachea, bronchus, bronchi, bronchioles. Exactly, this is mechanical part of respiratory system, conductive part, and I don't want to go in details how many subdivision, up to 23, and after that, on the end of each this last subdivision, we have this alveolar duct, and on the end, this is terminal part, and on the end we have groups of specific tissue, which we call alveoli or alveolus single, which is practically exchange of air from the atmosphere with oxygen, which is about 19.7% of the air. 77% is 79 is about nitrogen, gas nitrogen, and 0.03% is CO2. I'm just giving these numbers that you will see now. Around each alveolus, and we have in our lungs 300 millions of these specific alveolus. And around each alveoli, we have capillaries. Capillaries which bring blood from the lungs, and capillaries which are taking blood back through the pulmonary vein to the heart. If we compare number of capillaries around the alveoli, we have about 70 to 90,000, meaning about 9 to 1,000 capillaries around alveolus. This is an incredible number. If we compare now that through this capillary, we have exchange from capillary going CO2, depending on pressure by process of diffusion, CO2 out in alveolus, and from alveoli through this contactary system out in the air. And oxygen from alveoli going to, because of difference in pressure, oxygen is going to the capillaries going, and we call oxygenated blood. Next, please. Here is something that please have in mind. I learned, and I was thinking as a young doctor, that skin is the biggest organ, the biggest surface, but this is not right. The biggest surface, lungs, is 40 times greater than surface area of your skin, meaning surface area of alveoli and capillary together is so big, like half of, almost like tennis court surface. In this surface, this big area, there is a 0.7 to up 1 second exchange of CO2 and oxygen, meaning that so quick, 250 milliliters of blood exchange every second, meaning you must understand importance of this alveolo-capillary membrane, or exactly surface between alveoli and surface between capillaries. This is very important for normal living, for normal life. Our training has influence of that, and now I will explain how. Next. Before that, this is one slide which I want to compare with Nahate system of breathing, which was introduced in karate, mostly in Goju style, but in GK style, in Shitoryu, in many styles, they have more or less focus on breathing. But this scientific spirometric presentation, if we compare with system, what we call Ki-Iki no Tondo, system of breathing in Nahate, which has 5 main parts of breathing. For example, inspiration slow through nose, expiration slow through mouth. Choton choto. Inspiration when we are in resting condition is little bit shorter than expiration. Is a 2 seconds inspiration, 3 seconds expiration. This level of inspiration, expiration, meaning how much we take air in, how much take air out, is called tidal volume. And this is about 0.5 liters of air, practically with this dead space, which is not connective system, which is not used in breathing, is about 150 milliliters of dead space and 350 milliliters of air which come in lungs to exchange. This is tidal volume. This is short resting inspiration and short slow expiration. Choton choto. This is tidal volume. Now we have this exactly, practically speaking, inspired reserve volume, meaning from normal inspiration, we can additionally have continue the maximum inspiration. This is, we call inspiration reserve volume. And normal breathing again. Now we can expire, normal expiration, now deep maximal expiration. And this is in Nahate system breathing, we have short inspiration and quick expiration dynamically. And we have quick and quick, tanto, tanton, tanto. And this is maximal inspiration after maximal expiration. This is practically vital capacity of our lungs and total capacity. What is more interesting, to must understand all karate athletes and all instructors, we never can expire all air from our lungs. This is reserve lung volume. And this is very important to understand. This reserve volume practically allowed slow, proper change of amount of oxygen and CO2, meaning when air is coming in alveoli, never change all air, segment by segment concerning inside of alveoli. And this what we measure by spirogram, and we compare with system of breathing, Kike Notondo, and I will repeat, short inspiration, short expiration, through nose, because I will explain why is importance of breathing through nose in karate. This is choton choto. Short inspiration and explosive expiration. Choton tanto. Quick inspiration, quick expiration. Tanton tanto. Quick inspiration, tanto. Slow expiration, tanto choto. And combination of four we call K-tondo, undular way of breathing. Can you imagine people without any scientific knowledge in Okinawa? They put the system of breathing, and today we can explain by our scientific tool. It is very interesting to understand there are many traditional values of karate training which are in fact so complex that today we can confirm that our old senseis were completely right. By system of try and error, they discover something what today present science can explain in fully, that we are doing proper thing. Next, please. Now, if you look breathing and our karate training and influence of different factors to these muscles which are involved in breathing, I will just to remind you that centers of breathing are in specific part of the brain, which we call medulla oblongata. This is lower part of the brain. we have spinal cord, upper part of spinal cord is called medulla oblongata. Inside we have two group of nerve cells, inspiratory center and expiratory centers. And also upper part of this medulla oblongata called pons, we have two specific centers which stimulate or control influence of both these centers and sending information to the brain, meaning breathing is one physiological function which we can control consciously. This is the only one conscious function of human body which we can control and influence. And this is very important to understand. By controlling ventilatory muscles, breathing, we can control internal environment of our blood, of our organs, and specifically our brain, mental state of our personality. These factors on the left, you see temperature.
Dr. Yorga, you have more 5 minutes to finish your presentation. Thank you.
Wow. Okay, go next slide. I want to pass in. Here is showing vascular area of exchange and blood flow velocity and the systolic pressure during the performance, not now important. Next. Also, this is blood flow during the exercise, and we measure the same in the kata training. Next. Oh, this is once again, please, next. Here I am showing the pictures of our research. Here is 1980 in Military Medical Academy research. You see in front Dr. Diane, and this is Ilya, my brother. They are putting sensors, and you see here sensors, and we are doing telemetric measurement of heart frequency, respiratory frequency, and blood pressure, influence of kata training. This beautiful young guy, that's me behind doing research. Next. That's it, Sensei Okazaki on the left, myself and Dr. Stricevic, 1974 in Long Island University, telemetric research of kata training. Next. This is performance of Kankudai. That time was very focused on very long, deep stances and fully stretched leg. But today this is changed because of influence of this stretch to the lumbar part of the spine and problems. Now Sensei Nishiyama introduced this bent knee, not fully stretched. Next. This moment of performing Goshuto in kata. Next. This is respiratory testing, and this spirogram that I have showed to you, testing all aspects of respiration. It's Long Island University. This is national team of Yugoslavia, preparation for 1977 World Championship in Tokyo. That time we have lost our semi-final match against Japan, and many people are, you can see on YouTube, there is a not so clean victory of Japan, but they won. And here is one research concerning introducing the testing, how we can follow advancement in speed training and speed endurance training performing, here is my Gary, and measurement of this was done by a professor from biomechanics, Professor Lukman, our champion in pole vault. And this is Ilya, kilogram, and myself. Let me conclude, because the time is very short, and I'm sorry, I forgot that I'm not teaching my students. The most important to understand conclusion of this lecture is that karate training has incredibly influence on health of all other aspects of health. You have seen this first slide showing that metabolic, cardiovascular, especially, and respiratory cardiovascular influence of blood, influence of blood vessels, meaning that proper training with proper intensity, with proper frequency, with proper volume and proper mode has so good influence, like cross-country skiing, like jogging, like all kind of aerobic. And also we can use karate as a mode of resistance training, but this is other aspect, and I will talk in some other seminars. Thank you very much for your attention, and I am very pleased to have you all of you with me. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yoga, for your class. Now let's enjoy the Hara Women video.
Hi everyone, my name is Amanda Delgado Gustão. I'm a member of the Hara Woman Commission at ITKF. This commission has been created mainly to approximate, unite, and encourage all women who practice karate. Following the Sustainable Development Goal number 5 of the United Nations 2030 Agenda, our purpose is to achieve gender equality and to empower all women and girls inside ITKF. If you are willing to contact us, please write at harawoman@itkf.global. We will soon as well be part of the official website of ITKF. Bye and thank you.
Now, Mr. Kister, please introduce the second master class.
Hello, everybody. Now our next class will come from Italy. Sensei Eligio Contarelli. Sensei Eligio started his karate studies back in 1970 with his older brother, Bernardo Dino Contarelli. Sensei Eligio this year is completing 50 years dedicated to the dissemination of karate good practice. He received his Shodan rank in 1973. In the year 1976, Sensei Eligio became karate instructor by appointment of Sensei Hiroshi Shirai and Taiji Kaze. Sensei Hidetaka Nishiyama proposed Sensei Eligio's name to be part of ITKF Technical Committee in 2008. There has been 12 years that Sensei Eligio holds this important position at ITKF as a member of our ITKF Technical Committee. Sensei Eligio presently holds a Hachidam rank by ITKF. Now, I kindly request you, all of you, to put your gis on. Let's warm up and be prepared to a deep understanding on how Heian Kata, originally named Pinan by its creator Anko Itozu, related to advanced katas. We will have a great class with Sensei Eligio Contarelli. Sensei Eligio, with you now. Us.
Please unmute your microphone before I start the class. No, it's okay.
Okay. Os, you understand me?
Yes.
No. Yes.
That's okay.
Hey.
You could start.
Okay. Okay. Os, good morning. Now I can be Heian Kata. And next time we make a progression from Sentei Kata. Now I make a five Heian and Teki Shodan, slowly. The characteristic of Heian Shodan is Zenkutsudachi, is Gedanbarai, is Ageuke, and Shuto for introduce Kokutsudachi introduce Heian Nidan Kata, and rotation body for change direction. Okay, Heian Shodan. Next, I can do Heian Nidan. Heian Nidan is Heian Kata, Kokutsudachi Kata. And the new position, Gyaku position, control, contrario. Heian Sandan introduce Kibadachi position and combination to change position, Kokutsudachi, Zenkutsudachi, Kibadachi. And Fumikomi, Kibadachi position. Heian Sandan. Heian Yodan is special kata. It's very important kata in the group Heian kata because we make in control body. Opposite, slow motion, quick motion. And kick, yokogeri, maegeri. Okay. It's very important breathing. Okay, Heian Godan introduce the kata for many times used for black belt, but side eye. Many techniques similar. And jumping. Okay, thank you. Another important point. To pass from position Zen Kutsudachi, Kokutsudachi before stand up. After 5 Heian, I can do Tekki Shodan because it's very particular. Not change position, only Kibadachi, not forward, backward, only side direction. And it's very important use the body for vibration. Tekki Shodan. The second stage, I can take Heian kata and I see the peculiarity technique and transfer from Heian to Sentei kata. And I make Heian Shodan, Heian Sandan, and I think go from Jion kata. Jion kata, here, it is the same embouchure of Heian Shodan. And many techniques similar to Heian Sandan. Slow motion, Heian Shodan and Heian Sandan. Next, Jion. Heian Shodan. Upgrade, little upgrade, Heian Sandan. Heian Sandan. Use both arms for one technique. In Jion, we have other techniques from Heian Kata, but important Heian Shodan and Heian Sandan. Now slow Jion. After that, one time fast. Jion. Just a moment. Jion. 1 minute breathing and I go. Second progression, we born from Heianidan, Heianyondan, and go to Kankudai. We have many techniques from Heianidan, from Heianyondan. Kick, carry, kick, opposite technique, down and up. And many technique, open hand. Thank you. Slowly. Heianidan. And Heianidan. Paper point. Slow motion. Kick, yoko hei. Urakenchi. Heianyondan. Okay. We go from Heianidan to Kankudai. It's very important attack for short distance, for therapy because mistake approach is the first attack. Push and pull, and then next push and pull. Now change them, can pull down. Can pull down. Okay, full student. Now, strong attack, quick. I know now. Because I have no problem. This is method. It's lesson is possible to use 2 kata hand and 1 kata sente. And work, work, work. Next lesson, other kata sente and 2 kata hand. Okay, because it's active progression. Or study to principal and particular points of kata. Next kata, I present MP. Before MP, hand down. Hand down because use diaphragm. And hand down because we have jump. MP, we have jump. And diaphragm. Very two important points. Now we make hand down slowly. Hand down. Next kata from and to go is hand go down. Hand go down. Right, now, next kata MP. The point of MP, particular point, is Yaku Ami, Agentuki, and jump, the finish kata. Right, load it. MP. Another principle to karate technique is the feet is completely touch to the floor. Not use here or use here. It's very important because position was to start from feet. Next group of kata. Heian Shodan and Heian Godan. And we go from Basai Dai. And okay, from Heian Shodan, Shuto, many times, and rotation, vertical position. And for Heian Godan, similar technique. I should Mikazukigeri mais Yatetsuki and take it down, Jodan. Okay. I need only Heian Godan, but Heian Godan is very important for this kata. Heian Godan. Now, Basai Dai. Basai Dai is very important kata for practicants of Karate Do. Many times use Basai Dai for level, Shodan, like that. One moment, and I make it fast. Basai Dai. Basai Dai. One minute, relax. Now we have Jitte. Jitte, 10. Important kata for Jitte is Heian Sandan. Then Heian Godan. But I think Heian Sandan is very important. Okay. I make hands and down in slow motion. Hands and down. Okay, very important this position, like here sometimes. Slow motion, jitte. Jitte. The last stage, we have Heian Yondan, Heian Godan, go to Gankai. Heian Godan, this Jujuke, this. And Kedamana. Very important for first part of Gankai. And Heian Yondan, many technical strategy. And down and down. Okay, now slow motion Gankai. Okay. Okay.
Sensei Elidio, you have more 5 minutes to finish your class. Okay?
Thank you. Thank you. Conclusion. It's very important use Heian kata for fundamental techniques and use Heian kata for to try of principle of techniques and go to the Sentei kata. Thank you very much for your attention. Os.
Os, thank you, Sensei Elidio, for your class. Now, let's enjoy the Okinawa Karate Kobudo video, and then a short interval to enjoy the ITKF institutional video. Thank you.
Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle.
Wow, very nice transmission. Thank you, ITKF. We are very, very happy. Welcome to the global seminar. Now with you, Mr. Kister, to introduce the third class. Please, Mr. Kister.
Hello, guys. Now, we are going to hear a little of our history. Sensei Richard Jorgensen started his studies of traditional karate with Sensei Nishiyama in the mid-70s. He has been a member of the ITKF Board of Directors for impressive 40 years. Sensei Jorgensen is living history of traditional karate. He has been the president and the chairman of ITKF from 2008 to 2017, following the passing of Master Nishiyama. And Sensei Jorgensen, with his leadership maintained ITKF strong and alive during those difficult times. Sensei Jorgensen was the right arm of Sensei Nishiyama during IAKF Foundation and during ITKF Foundation. He fought battles against IOC wishes to distort karate side by side with Nishiyama Sensei. Those fights resulted on the survival of the traditional karate we practice today. Presently, Sensei Jorgensen is the chairman of the ITKF Technical Committee and also a member of the Shihankai Council. He now holds a Hachidan rank at ITKF. Sensei Jorgensen will tell us the story of the origins of traditional karate, how it survived from time and from people, and how it is today, protected by its natural home, the International Traditional Karate Federation. With you, Sensei Richard Jorgensen. Os.
Well, thank you very much. I want to first welcome the technical committee and thank them for the support. I think the people around the world should know that the battles that Nishiyama Sensei took on were significant in terms of keeping us to where we are today. But he had support from individuals such as myself, but also for Dr. Yorga, and we could spend hours talking about stories of meetings that we went to and activities that we undertook to preserve traditional karate as it is today. The issue of history, I think, is very, very important. History tells us what we are and where we have come from. It is something that we need to know. It's something that we need to be able to understand and profit from. One of the main things that we need to know, and what I believe, is that we have roots that go back centuries. Many people say that this is unnecessary. Many people say that this is not important to us, but I believe it is important, because to start with a wrong beginning is to leave little hope for a right ending. From the very beginning of the history of traditional karate, if we go back to even India, where the monks from India traveled to China, from China to Okinawa, from Okinawa to Japan, from Japan to the rest of the world. This is the pathway of the evolution. But at each one of those stops, at each one of those points in history, the karate that we know was evolved. Moments changed. If we go back to the monk Bodhidharma, who traveled from India to China to teach in the temples, his primary purpose was to teach philosophy. His primary purpose of that travel was to develop human knowledge, was to develop the human being. And so the martial art as such, and as we will discuss as we go forward, was not simply one of self-defense. It was not simply one of physical technique. It was one of a holistic development of the individual. When Bodhidharma arrived in China, he found that the physical conditions of the people he were teaching was not as healthy as they should be. And so he began to introduce a series of exercises, which were the first documentation of martial art techniques in the world, in the time, in the recorded history. He married that with his philosophical teachings, and that began what we know today as martial art, or as karate. From there to China, and the influence of China and Chung Fa, or Kung Fu as we now know it today, also then began to influence. From there to Okinawa. And it's in Okinawa that we find ourselves at a time when great evolution happened for the techniques that we understand today, and for many of the katas that we understand today. Okinawa was very important to the evolution of the karate. Why? Because Funakoshi was Okinawan, and he studied under the two main masters of that era, Hitosu and Asato. And it was here that the weapons were banned, as everyone I'm sure knows in reading the history, for centuries, not just for a short period of time, but under the Second Dynasty from 1400s to the invasion of Japan in the 1600s, the weapon ban continued through that period of time. And it was that period of time where people had to begin to study to be able to protect themselves, for one, but they also had to continue their lives. Funakoshi was a teacher by profession. And as a teacher by profession, he took a systematic approach to education, to teaching and to learning. And he systemized the training that he had learned. And that became, to a large extent, how karate was, from that moment forward, passed on to others. Sensei Yorga has referenced already the demonstration in Japan in front of the emperor. And this became a significant moment in time where karate was introduced really to the beginning of the world, because it was here that pressure was put on the Japanese government or emperor, I should say, to introduce it into the school system as really a form of physical education using martial art techniques. And this is where Funakoshi developed the system of the education. From that moment, we go forward to after the Second World War. I know that I'm leaving out a lot of the details of the history, but I want to only hit key points because I only have a short time. After the Second World War and the occupation of Japan, the Western world began to see and be introduced to this martial art of karate. The term karate was one that was used in Okinawa, but it was Funakoshi that changed the kanji from its original meaning to the meaning that we have today, which is kara, of empty, and te is hand. The Okinawan karate of Okinawan te is distinct, and that was the foundation of the karate that went forward. In Japan, at the stop in Japan after the demonstration, Funakoshi also and the Japanese culture influenced karate. And it was there that precepts of Budo were introduced. But in reality, those precepts went back to India, again, talking about teaching of philosophy and teaching of the holistic development of the human being. Those are important things because those are our roots of traditional karate. Our roots of traditional karate are not simply fighting. They're not fighting techniques. They are not simply self-defense techniques. The philosophy was that these exercises, these techniques of self-defense or of what we call martial art was a tool. It was a tool to help in the evolution of the human being, the holistic development of the human being. It was not simply a preparation to go to war. It was not simply a preparation to defend oneself. That was a side benefit of the training. The masters, regardless of which stop you take, whether it is India, whether it is China, whether it is Okinawa, or whether it is Japan, all focused on a more holistic development. The benefit, of course, is that people became very skilled in terms of unarmed combat, and people became very sophisticated in their techniques. But it was a purpose of life and a useful tool within their life that went deeper than just the physical consequence. It's when it was introduced into the world, the Western world, where trouble began. And that, I think, is related more to a misunderstanding of what the original roots of traditional karate were. Sensei Orga earlier talked about the golden era of research for what we know as karate today. And it was through that time when competition was introduced into the training of karate. Prior to that, the competition was held on two levels, one with the understanding of oneself, and the other in using partners to help sharpen the skills of their self-defense techniques. When competition was introduced, and I should say that in conversations that I had with Nishiyama Sensei, he himself said that Funakoshi was not supportive of competition. He did not like competition. He believed that competition would destroy karate. And Sensei, being a young, competitive, very rebellious youth, he and his colleagues would sneak out and have their own little competitions outside of the main dojo because they thought that it would help. In fact, Sensei in 1968 organized the first World Championship in Los Angeles, or what would be called, I guess, what we call a World Championship. At that time, I think he was thinking more just of a competition to introduce karate. And there was no world body. Only he and his colleagues organized the championship. He felt very strongly that there should be a world body that would support and organize events of that nature. I think, again, since Jorga touched on this, where there were national federations in Europe that were organizing themselves, there was a great deal of research during the 60s, 70s that were being undertaken by people that had a strong interest in traditional karate. So in 1970, WUKO, World Union Karate Do Organizations, was formed. This became the first world body. Every federation, every organization that was pursuing traditional karate at that time joined. And that became the sole organization, with the idea that they would pursue competition as a focus and Olympic Games as an ultimate goal. The problem with that comes back to something that Sensei Jorga said earlier, and that is when the semifinal of the 1977 World Championship, the same thing happened in 1972 in France, where the rules were in Japanese. The rules needed to be translated, and there became a literal translation, which started to affect how people perceived karate to be. A prime example of that was the definition of ippon. The translation from the rules of ippon, that was a Japanese concept, became a Western concept of point. In other words, 1 point. And really, in traditional karate, the concept of ippon is a concept completely different than a point. It's a concept of the use of one technique completely destroying your opponent. So that in and of itself started to change and shape what karate was becoming. At that time, there was no reference to traditional karate. It was only karate. And karate was karate. There was no distinction. The distinction started after 1972, when WUKO and the championships in Paris began to shun the total domination, if you will, of the Japanese in charge of karate. And they wanted to change to make it more of a sporting activity that would be more palatable to the International Olympic Committee to accept it as part of the Olympic Games. As a result, the IAKF, as you heard Mr. Kuster in his introduction at the beginning, formed the International Amateur Karate Federation, and Sensei Nishiyama was the head of that. The IAKF became the organization that was focused on not just a competition aspect, but an educational aspect. In other words, it became the house that was for traditional, what we now know today as traditional karate. That moment in time became the split, and that split changed the shape of what we knew in the 60s and 70s as karate. It changed the shape of that forever. Following that time, both organizations applied to the International Olympic Committee. The International Olympic Committee said they had to be unified. The IAKF continued its pursuit of competition in a philosophy of Shiai. The Japanese Shiai, of course, everyone knows, is a concept of testing each other. That concept is at the heart of what ITKF is, because it speaks to the need for holistic development. It speaks to the need of competition not being an end in itself, but a tool that is used to challenge the individual to be able to grow and develop further, not only in the skill set of that is learned with karate, but also in the emotional and philosophical development of the human being. This relates back to what I said in terms of Budo, Budo being both mind, body, and spirit. Those three elements are contained, and those three elements make up the human being. They make up the character, they make up the behavior, and they make up the physical aspects. And that really is what ITKF is about. And that can be, again, traced back through history, back to the very first writings of what we would consider to be the very foundation of karate in terms of its beginning roots and its historical writings. Some of what we went through from, I would say, 1980, which is when the heat of the battle started, and continued for another decade into or another 2 decades, culminating in the year 2000, were horrific in terms of trying to protect traditional karate. The worldview, including the IOC, was that karate was the same everywhere. What Wuko was doing was the same as IAKF was doing. Dr. Jorga and I were present in 1986, following the surprising recognition of Wuko in 1985. We were part of the team that went to the Court of Arbitration for Sport to present to the IOC what karate was. And at that moment in time was the first time that the term traditional karate was used. And traditional karate was selected by Sensei Nishiyama as a term to distinguish itself from what was commonly being called sport karate. And the IOC viewed sport karate as a definition that they understood, because IOC was about sport. IOC was about competition. And education was not as well defined within the IOC at that time. The interesting part is that IOC now has a commission that is sport for life, not unlike Budo for life, where the development of the human being has become significant. Why? Because a focus on a specific event has adverse effects on those who are training for it. It's positive in many aspects, but there is life after the event. And the IOC has come to learn that sometimes the champions of the world, the life after the event is not as positive as the dream of becoming a champion. And so there are a number of programs now that are in place to help athletes transition from a world podium into everyday life. The interesting fact is that ITKF has always done that. That is part of what our training is, that the event, while important, is only a moment in time. The training that we have is for a lifetime. And so we have a understanding that our training never stops. And consequently, our mantra that we introduced in the early 2000s, or 2011, is Budo for life. Budo for life means two things. One, you want to practice Budo for your whole lifetime. And two, Budo helps you in everyday life. Interestingly, we can tie that back to, again, Funakoshi, who claimed himself the same kind of philosophy in his precept, which is, my training is not for the dojo, my training is for outside of the dojo. That can be related to some of his writings where he said, when I leave the dojo, I face 1 million enemies. And so I must be prepared, which means that he must be prepared for life. This period of time crushed traditional karate, or almost crushed. I shouldn't say crushed, it almost crushed. It took great resolve on the part of the leadership, which was Sensei Nishiyama at that moment, and the others who supported him, to persevere through this 2 decades of definition of traditional karate. And we were successful in part. In 1994, for the first time in the history of the IOC, recognition was removed from an international federation. The IOC Judicial Committee also recognized and acknowledged ITKF as the world governing body for traditional karate in a draft unification constitution that they presented to both organizations. They also chose a new name for a unified body, which was World Karate Federation. However, again, I want to acknowledge that Dr. Yorga was there with me as we sat and listened to the president of WUKO tell us in a meeting with the IOC that WUKO had changed its name to the World Karate Federation. This is after the Unification Constitution was presented by the Judicial Commission. As a result, they took the name that IOC had intended for both organizations. Regardless, we tried to finalize the Unification Constitution, which WUKO, or now WKF, refused to do, only because we had suggested a new name for the unification organization, which was International Karate Federation. And WUKO, now World Karate Federation, refused. They said, no, we are the unified body, and we have this name, and you must join. That was in 1994. The next 6 years, of course, we went back and forth and back and forth. And as in 1985, the IOC president, Antonio Samaranch, when he acted unilaterally in 1985, he acted again unilaterally in 1999, claiming that a meeting of the IOC had been held and that they had approved recognition to WKF. I happen to know that wasn't accurate because I was in the place that the meeting that he attested had happened, and the meeting didn't happen as he described. Nonetheless, the world was informed that WKF was now a recognized international federation of IOC in 1999. In 2000, which I referenced earlier, Sensei suggested that we forget about continuing this argument and focus on what were the technical materials that he wanted to develop. And so from 2000, the year 2000 until 2006, 2007, he continued his dream of preparing written materials that would stay with the organization and would capture all that I have talked about in terms of human development. And he presented those through a series of seminars at the International Master's Program in San Diego that was held each year. Unfortunately, in 2008, Sensei passed away. And quite frankly, everyone believed that ITKF would die. But ITKF will never die, provided that we have committed individuals that want to pursue what was the original karate and not simply make it a game, because ITKF is not a game. ITKF continues to hold the pursuit of understanding of not only the techniques of karate, but the human being of karate. We continue to focus on trying to achieve what is a deeper knowledge of how to shape the character of karate practitioners to be a positive contributor to society. And again, tracing back to the monks from India, that was also their dream. Their dream was to help shape human beings in a positive way by teaching their philosophy combined and using the physical techniques that they had at that time to improve the health, to improve the emotional well-being. And that is really what Budo is about. You heard Dr. Jorga today give you scientific information of how that happens in the human body, but the result of the changes and the result of the effort that is put into the development of the human being is seen by the actions and the character of the human being. When we were in the Court of Arbitration for Sport, it was not only the first time that traditional karate was used as a term, it was the first time that Sensei had detailed the rules of competition that would govern traditional karate going forward. Many people think that these rules are complex, but in reality, I can tell you that the rules are not complex. The rules have details with them and behind them that try to explain the concept, so there's no misunderstanding in terms of what the competition should be about. And the competition for the ITKF is about the human development. Sensei felt very strongly that the activities of competition needed to be linked to everyday training. They could not change. In other words, you didn't just focus or do kata on the basis of a competition. You used kata as a basis, for example, of challenging yourself in all aspects. Sensei Contarelli this morning showed you a method of training kata and showed you how the hand kata linked to more sophisticated kata. Interestingly enough, in the beginning in our history, the hand were not considered kata by the masters. The hand were considered quote unquote formal exercises. In other words, they took elements from the kata that Sensei Contarelli showed you linked from the hand to jite or jion or basaidai. And those became what we might call today kihon. So they were the formal exercises that helped beginning students learn complexity, complex movements, complex application, and so on in more simple terms. And that was the system of training at that particular time. From there, the masters before us took single techniques, and we were introduced to kihon, to repetition training. Why? Because every aspect of development, whether it is emotional, whether it is cognitive or the mind, whether it is physical, requires a different modality of training. We need to use different methods to ensure there are, for example, stable emotions. Competition is a tool of that, facing a real opponent as opposed to an imaginary opponent. The practical experience from facing a real opponent then is taken back into our training so that we can visualize what we're doing. And karate as a training method has used visualization for years prior to sports science catching up and saying that visualization was important. In fact, in one of his classes, I remember, and some of you also may remember this, Sensei said, sports science has finally caught up with the masters, because today sports science is proving what we already knew for decades. So his belief was that he was very happy that sports science was proving what the previous masters already knew to be true. There's a personal story I can share with you. When Sensei came to my region, and all of you who hosted Sensei would acknowledge this. He always asked, do you have any favorite subject you want to be covered? And I made the mistake one day of saying, yes, I want you to focus on kata. He laughed, as he used to do, and he said, oh, you want to learn everything? And I said, "What, Sensei, I don't understand." He said, "Kata is everything. Kata is the encyclopedia of karate. It teaches everything. We don't have enough time to teach everything in this seminar." So that was my education about his view of kata. And I've never forgotten, and it shaped my study in terms of how I approach training myself in kata and how I approach teaching kata to others, because it contains all things. In fact, as we pursued the conversation over the years, I came to understand kata is kumite, and kumite is kata. They are one and the same. And that's why when we look at the rules of competition of the ITKF, that the rules have components of biodynamics, body dynamics, transition, form. All of those things are related and need to be expressed in both kata and kumite. The kata is not simply a series of movements that happen. They are application of purpose. And
excuse me, Sensei, you have 5 minutes to finish your class, okay?
Okay, I have 5 more minutes. I'm like Dr. Yorga. we have too much information for 45 minutes. Anyway, I want to express that this seminar, the intention of this seminar was to show the different components that I've expressed, that ITKF is about the entire human being, whether it's our health, whether it's our understanding of biomechanics, whether it's our understanding of kata, and you will see later the cognitive development that will be discussed by Sensei Gardner, and you will understand Kite from Sensei Gomez. And Kite was a kata that was developed for ITKF to show that all of the fundamental principles cut across all systems of training, whether it's Gojo, Shito, Shodokan, whichever system, that it all relates. We had a great opportunity today to discuss some of what we are and where we came from. We came from a holistic place. We can never forget that our purpose is the holistic development of the human being. It is not a focus of competition. It is a focus of human beings. We have a tremendous amount of understanding, and I'm very happy to see that we have an Okinawan commission now, because Okinawa played a significant role in the evolution of traditional karate. There's a reason I want to end with this final thought. There's a reason that everything in traditional karate starts with a bow and ends with a bow. A bow is not simply a ceremonial gesture. A bow is not simply a sign of respect. A proper bow is based on the Japanese concept of rei, which, and I'll use this analogy, if we take a glass of water, or a glass that is full of water, and we tip it, we create space to refill the glass because water falls out and there's space to refill. The Japanese concept of rei means the same thing. Just like when we bow, we are expressing the creation of a space that we create for more learning. Our learning will never stop, or should never stop. When I say, "Oh, I know that," nothing more can be learned. We need to continue to pursue, we need to continue to strive to understand deeper what we were given, because we were given a very good and strong treasure. Our job, and this is Sensei's words that I want to end with, our job is not for now. He's always said that. He said that over and over. We have more than enough karate to study for our lifetime. Our job is to ensure that the next generation has the same opportunity to study our karate in their lifetime. That is the job of ITKF. And with your help, and with your strength, and with your support, and with strong leadership, we will achieve this. And the tradition will continue. Os.
Os. Thank you, Sensei Richard Jorgensen, for your class. ITKF would like to say thank you. Thank you for all teachers. Thank you for all members. Welcome to the global seminar. Now we will do the interval and we will return 2 p.m. Brazilian time. Thank you very much.
The heart is not a part of the body in the sense that a distributor is part of an automobile engine. Yes.
Here we go. Welcome to the global seminar. Hello, ITKF family. We are very happy. We are on the second part of this seminar. All classes were wonderful. ITKF says again, thank you for all teachers class. Thank you for all ITKF members. As a traditional, let's start with Dojo-kun by Shihan Watanabe, our last samurai. Os.
一つ人格完成に努むること。一つ誠の道を守ること。一つ努力の精神を養うこと。一つ礼儀を重んずること。一つ決起のゆいはしょうる。
And now I would like to invite our General Secretary, Mr. Luis Alberto Kister, please.
Good evening, Europe. Good morning, Japan. Just to remind you all, it's 2 a.m. of Sunday in Japan. And our brother, John Kataoka, is there watching us. He just sent us a picture. Be with us, John. You are a strong man. Now, let us all give our warmest welcome to Sensei Vyacheslav Nedev. Sensei Nedev started his karate training in 1967. In the following year, 1968, he founded the first karate dojo in Macedonia. Sensei Nedev studied under senseis Ilya Iorga, Vladimir Iorga, Taiji Kezi, Hiroshi Shirai, and Hidetaka Nishiyama. Sensei Nedev was the coach of the Yugoslavian karate team on every European Federation and ITKF competitions from 1974 to 1986. Sensei Nedev founded the Traditional Karate Federation of Macedonia in 1990. In Paris, 2002, he received his Shichidan from senseis Nishiyama and Ilya Iorga. Sensei Nedev is a member of the ITKF Technical Committee, and he is also a member of the ITKF Shihankai Council. He presently holds a Hachidan by ITKF. Sensei Nedev graduated in 1981 in the University of Belgrade on the Faculty of Physical Education. He was a pioneer and has dedicated his life to the studies of physiological and biomechanical fatigue responses in karate practice. Let's hear what Sensei Nedev has to tell us. Welcome, Sensei Nedev. Os.
Zdravo na site. Hello to everybody. Ova večer јас ќе зборам на македонски јазик, затоа што не го говорам добро англискиот.
Today I will talk my mother's language, Macedonian language, because my English is not too good.
Јутро имам два преведувачи кои можат некои работи да ги презентираат на англиски јазик, а слайдот ќе оди за сето време и он е на англиски јазик, така да сите присутни може да прочитаат оно што јас ќе го зборам на македонски
I
јазик.
have translators and parallel in the same time when I will talk Macedonian language, the same words and the presentation, PowerPoint presentation will go on English. So everybody can understand what I'm speaking about.
Мојата задача вечерва е да презентирам биомеханички принципи во традиционално карате, биомеханички аспект во традиционално карате.
My topic is the traditional karate principles and biomechanical aspects of traditional karate.
На почетокот на моето уводно излагање сакам да кажам дека биомеханичките принципи и воопшто движењето на човекот во локомоторниот систем представува многу сложена работа. Се смета према некои истражувања на светски научници дека движењето на човекот е дури по-комплицирано од најсовршената машина на светот. Сите досегашни истражувања во биомеханиката на движењето на човекот и самиот локомоторни систем, сите тие движења има доста истражувања, но сите тие не се доволни и потребни се навистина многу истражувања за да се дојде до крајната цел. Движењата на човекот се нормални и сите тие се вродени. Меѓутоа, самите биомеханички аспекти во карате, а посебно во традиционално карате, се толку многу посложени затоа што сите тие покрети не се природни, туку се посебни покрети кои што навистина бараат посебно истражување и се многу потешко за истражување за разлика од вродените покрети на човекот. На почетокот јас ќе зборам воведните општи работи на локомоторниот систем и функционирањето на локомоторниот систем кај човекот. Во локомоторниот систем на човекот функционира така што е организирана целина од коскениот, зглобниот и мускулниот систем, а овие сите се управувани од централниот нервен систем. Значи, секое движење што се прави во локомоторниот систем е управувано од централниот нервен систем. Ова ispituvanja, ovие ispituvanja се доста направени во светот и дојдени се до доста добри научни истражувања кои се за локомотивниот систем. Најнапред, што сакам да ви презентирам на почетокот, сакам да ви кажам дека од страна на рецепторите на мускулите доаѓаат до централниот нервен систем и централниот нервен систем дава задача на мускулниот систем, значи прво централниот нервен систем иницира биоелектрични импулси, кои потоа биоелектрични импулси доваѓа преку коските, преку зглобовите, доваѓаат до мускулите и таму се претвараат од биоелектрични во биохемиски импулси. Понатаму овие биохемиски импулси во мускулите се ствараат во биомеханички. Биомеханичките импулси даваат потенцијал на мускулите да се направи било какво движење. Овие биомеханички покрети и оваа целина што претходно ја кажав, од нервниот систем до мускулите, преку коските и зглобовите, е многу битна, но за да се понатаму дојде до сознание, ние мораме да кажеме составот на коските, составот на зглобовите и составот на мускулите. Составот на коските и самиот скелет е многу важен, затоа што тој го држи целото тело во една функционална состојба и коските се од најтврд дел од човечкото тело. И тука во самите коски се поставени како лостови и обмотани со лигаменти и мускули, за да понатаму коските поминат во движење. Има повеќе типови на коски. Коските може да се поделат на долги коски, кратки коски и плоснати коски. Обликот на коските е според функцијата што треба да ја извршуваат. Некои коски, сакам тоа да го кажам, организамот на човекот е таков, ако некои коски не бидат наменети за онаа цел како природно се створени или од некоја причина не функционира дел од коските, тие коски се умираат и тој дел од телото од коските станува нефункционален. Затоа, она природно што е дадено, движење, на екстремитетите, на долните, на горните екстремитети, секогаш треба да биде функционално. Коските се поделени на долги коски, најповеќе ги има во горните и долните екстремитети, и со оглед на должината нивна и станува и висината на човечкото тело. Значи, ако се тие помали, човечкото тело ќе биде пониско. А ако се тие поголеми, значи треба да се таквиот човек ќе биде многу повисок. На крајевите на големите, тие се цилиндрична форма, на крајевите на големите коски има задебелени делови, чаури, каде што тие меѓусебно треба да се спојат. И нормално, како што реков, нивното спајање доаѓа преку лигаментите и преку мускулите. Значи, тие имаат, големите коски имаат груби движења, значи, непрецизни движења. Затоа постојат мали коски, а тие се најповеќе во делот на стопалото и на шаката, кои мали коски овозможуваат прецизност и рамнотежа и прецизност на сите покрети. Значи, тоа се обезбедува со малите коски кои се на стопалото и на најповеќе ги има на шака. Друг тип на кости на човечкото тело се плоснати коски. Плоснатите коски не се подвижни, за разлика од големите и малите коски, и тие обично го држат телото, служат за држање на телото во одредена форма, а исто така и ги заштитуваат виталните органи. Значи, од плоснати коски можеме да кажеме дека се во делот на главата, во черепот, кој го заштитуваат мозокот, потоа градната коска, ребрата, што ги заштитува внатрешните органи, и делот на карлицата. Тие коски имаат плосната форма и се разликуваат од долгите и кратките кости. Сега би поминал да појаснам каква функција имаат зглобовите и какви типови на зглобови. Значи, зглобот е исто многу битна работа, затоа што тој ги спаја, зглобовите ги спајаат коските меѓу себе. Самите зглобови ги има повеќе типови, има неподвижни, има подвижни зглобови. Неподвижните зглобови го држат само делот на зглобот во една форма, меѓутоа подвижните се тие зглобови многу битни, кои што служат посебно у карате, каде што треба да се изведат ударите и каде што при задавањето, дали се удари со нога или со рака, треба да направат удар, и многу битен е тука зглобот, за да има функција да го придвижи, дали да ја придвижи под коленицата, да ја придвижи под лактицата, да ја придвижи над лактицата, над коленицата. Значи, сите тие движења се дешаваат во зглобот. Сите зглобови се обмотани со со мускулни влакна, со мускули и со лигаменти. Тука би напомнал најповеќе, би се осврнал малку на лигаментите, кои се многу битен фактор и најчесто доаѓа до различити повреди на лигаментите, а лигаментите се тие кои што овозможуваат движење, без тие зглобот е нефункционален, без разлика што мускулот не е повреден. Значи, секогаш треба лигаментот да биде здрав, да не биде заболен, да не биде преладен и тој да може да обавува функцијата што е потребна у тој дел на зглобот. Постојат повеќе типови на зглобови. Постојат едноособински зглобови, постојат двоособински зглобови, постојат троособински зглобови и постојат безособински зглобови. Значи, сите тие зглобови едни со други се разликуваат у својот облик и имаат и се на различни делови од телото и вршат различита функција. Поред тоа, у зглобот постои и една течност, која течност служи за полесно движење на зглобот, за подобро движење и таа течност е многу битна за ако таа течност не постои, на движењето на таквите зглобови ќе биде многу лошо или воопшто неможно. Тука би спомнал најповеќе у карате доаѓа до страдање на деловите на зглобот кои што се во коленото и во самото колено тука имаме дискуси, менискуси со неправилно вежбање може да дојде често пати до фатални последици и дури до оперативни захвати и дури понекогаш до изфрлање на таквиот каратиста кој ќе добие таква повреда, да престане да никогаш понатаму не се занимава со карате. Движењата на зглобовите во човечкото тело може да бидат фронтални, напред-назад, сагитални, лево-десно и со свиткување на телото према доле и исправање према горе. Значи, на сите страни, зглобовите овозможуваат на сите страни функционалност и движење. Кога веќе разбравме што значат принципи, важноста на зглобовите во локомоторниот систем, сега би прешол на мускулите. Мускулите се многу битни за сите движења и цела моторика која треба да се воспостави за било какво движење, а посебно во традиционално карате движењата. Мускулите се една многу битна карактеристика, затоа што тие имаат своји рецептори преку кои се врши надржување на тие рецептори, а тие рецептори кроз нервите доаѓаат до централниот нервен систем и централниот нервен систем определува како тоа ќе биде движење и повратни информации доаѓаат повторно, значи повторно до мускулите. Мускулите имаат многу специфична работа што директно добиваат команда преку нервите од централниот нервен систем до самите мускули, за да направат било какво движење. Значи, без да централниот нервен систем даде наредба, за тоа движење го обработи и тоа движење го даде повратни информации на мускулот, мускулот не ќе може да направи никакво движење се додека не добие наредба од централниот нервен систем. Сега мускули постојат повеќе типови, постојат бели мускулни влакна, постојат црвени мускулни влакна и тука што сакам да потенцирам, дека белите мускулни влакна се многу корисни за брзината и за снагата, но за жал тие се многу помалку од црвените мускулни влакна, кои се уклучуваат многу покасно. Значи, и овој аспект треба да го имаме у предвид, дека активирањето на мускулите не после добивањето на наредбата преку нервите од централниот нервен систем до мускулите, не се активираат сите мускули подеднакво. Некои веднаш, а тоа се белите мускулни влакна, веднаш се активираат, меѓутоа други типови на мускули у различито време се активираат и многу битно е тука да се каже дека мускулите секогаш се активираат, но од другата страна мора да имаат друга сила против тежа која треба да ја совладаат. А најглавна против тежа е земјината тежа која се спротивставува на мускулите и мускулите секогаш треба да се активира за да можат да ја совладаат сите надворешни сили, би рекол, земјината тежа, ваздух и други сили што се јавуваат од надвор, треба мускулите да ги совладаат. Значи, движењето на било кој дел од телото со овој систем, од нервниот систем, преку нервите, преку коските, преку зглобовите до мускулите, наоѓаат на препрека, а препреката се надворешните сили. Постојат активна компонента на сили, а постои пасивна компонента на сили и постои исто така вискозна компонента. Значи, у моментот кога се активната сила која се активира, тоа е тогаш се скратува мускулот. Активните мускули се скратуваат и имаат функционалност за да ја совладаат надворешната сила. Напротив, тогаш пасивните мускули обратно се релаксира, значи они се растега. Тоа стегање на мускулите и ова обратно растегнување на мускулите е секогаш 1:2. Значи, ако се скратуе за 1, за 2 пати повеќе се растегнува мускулот и така функционира зглобовите при било какво движење. Самите мускули се повеќе типови. Постојат вртенести мускули мускулите влакна се као вид на едно вртено, потоа постојат перасти мускули, постојат лепезасти мускули, постојат четвртасти мускули. Значи, различни типови на мускули ги има човечкиот организам. Сите овие што се во екстремитетите долни и горни, што ги покриваат големите и малите кости и плоснатите коски, во главном се со мускулни влакна. Меѓутоа, постојат и мазни мускули, а мазните мускули обично се во срчевиот мускул, во тенките црева и во некои други внатрешни органи. Значи, тоа се мазни мускули. Конкретно, значи, сега објасни за како функционира локомоторниот систем кај човекот, за сите движења, меѓу кои и најсложените движења во традиционално карате. Што се однесува кога веќе дознавме како функционира биомеханички локомоторниот систем, сакам да кажам да би една техника била како требе ефикасна во традиционално карате, тогаш во таа техника овој принцип е механички принцип, меѓутоа да би била права техника, секогаш во карате треба да споеме механичките принципи за било кој удар, али не може одвоено да ги гледаме само механичките принципи и физичките. Во карате постојат и други принципи кои се психолошки. Значи, за да една техника или за да било каков удар биде ефикасен, мора да се анализира заедно и физичките и психичките од физички и психички аспект. Во карате постојат доста истражувања, али ја мислам дека недоволно и дека постои уште на море работи што треба да се доистржат за да има добит и карате спортот стане уште подобар неголи што е сега на ова ниво. Сите има досегашни истражувања каде што од биомеханички аспект се вршени мерења преку фотокамера, преку филмови, преку кинограми и сите тие истражувања, за жал, голем дел од нив се уште не се верифицирани како еден стварен доказ за оние анализи што до сега се правени.
Sensei, you have 5 minutes to finish your class.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Што се подразбира под добра техника у карате биомеханички? Во други спортови, например, како е скок во далечина, оној што ќе скокне најдалеку, таа техника е најдобра. Во скок во височина, оној што ќе скокне највисоко, таа техника е најдобра. Меѓутоа, во карате постојат други параметри за да се каже дека оваа техника е одлична и оваа техника треба така да се вежба и да даде резултат. Што е најважно? Во карате е најважно целта што ќе ја постигнеш. Дали во спортска борба, дали во ката. Ти мораш да дадеш висока техника и резултат врз основа на биомеханички анализи, у поглед на ставовите, во поглед на брзината, во поглед на снагата и дури тогаш, кога ќе се исполне целта, доаѓаш до сознание дека таа техника е изврсна и дека треба да се прифати како таква. Се јавува на многу важно за карате, поред овој физички аспект и психичкиот е уште поважен, заради тоа што снагата во физичкиот аспект доаѓа до едно ниво со доста подготови припреми, мускулниот систем доаѓа до едно ниво, меѓутоа тука не треба да биде крај, затоа што снагата и брзината може да биде уште посилна доколку се уклучи и во таа техника и психичкиот аспект. Психичкиот аспект треба да биде онака, да има секојаш да се лицето кое што ќе работи, да има стабилни емоции, да има психичка тензија, да ја контролира менталната енергија. И што значи психичката енергија? Психичката енергија кај нас во карате ја изразуваме кроз ки енергијата. Значи, ки енергијата се ствара на тој начин што мора да имаш максимална концентрација, мораш да го дишењето ускладиш со техниката и да фактички у моментот кој ќе исполниш физичката и психичката енергија да биде иста како молња, викаме ние, како една искра у моментот, или може да се каже како еден тип кога атомската и хидрогенската бомба, молекулите се набиваат и после одреден период кога таа експлодира, таа прави катастрофа. Овој дел, значи, оваа енергија, натрешна, таа е натрешна енергија, кога ќе се исполни во карате, заедно со физичката енергија, таа треба да експлодира. Што значи? Значи, треба да се опфата според сенсеј Нишијама, треба што повеќе мускули да учествуваат у физичката енергија. Значи, и најмалите мускули во стопалото и во раката треба максимално да бидат тој момент синхронизирани во делот од секундата кога се прави било каков удар со било кој дел од телото и на тој дел да се додали психичката енергија која едноставно ќе експлодира и таа техника у тие моменти е права техника и права карате техника што треба да се Ви благодарам за слушањето на мојата презентација. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Sensei Nede, for your class. Welcome to ITKF Global Seminar. Let's enjoy more videos, and after we'll start the 5th class. Okay. Welcome to ITKF Global Seminar. ITKF say thank you for all teachers class and thank you for all ITKF member.
ITKF. If you are willing to contact us, please write at harawoman@itkf.global. We will soon as well be part of the official website of ITKF. Bye and thank you.
Hello, I am Sensei Carolo from Brazil. My karate studies began almost 40 years ago, and presently I hold a Hokudan of Shotokan at ITKF. The Socio-Educational Projects Commission has the following purpose: develop, advise, and enable projects in the social and educational area of traditional karate, aimed at children and adolescents in situations of vulnerability and risk. The projects will be aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and ITKF intends its global implementation. Our experience in Brazil, with the support of the government and companies, reaches 500,000 children. If any of is willing to collaborate with the Social Educational Projects Commission at ITKF, do not hesitate to contact me at socialprojects@itkf.global. Os.
Hello ITKF family, my name is Vinicius and my nickname is Vina. The Athletes Former Championships Committee brings their vision and experience to suggest improvements, adequation and create of new competition rules. Seminars, roundtables, discussion among global class top-level athletes will bring development to the traditional karate as envisioned by ITKF purpose. They will report and present their suggestions to the ITKF Technical Committee for analysis and approval. Os.
Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle.
This music is amazing. Welcome to Global Seminar. Now I would like to ask Mr. Kissy to introduce the next class. Please unmute your microphone, Mr. Kisser, please.
Hello, everybody. Let's give our warm welcome to our chairman, Sensei Gilberto Gertner. Sensei Gertner started his karate in the year of 1970. This year, together with Sensei Contarelli and Sensei Jorgensen, they are completing 50 years of good service to our art. Sensei Gertner started his karate studies with Sensei Taku Arai. He also studied with Yasutaka Tanaka, Taketo Okuda, Hiroyasu Inoki, and Tasuke Watanabe. His dojo, Bodhidharma, with more than 45 years of existence, has formed hundreds of karatekas, black belts, athletes, and has been a forger of world champions. Sensei Gertner was the technical director and president of the Brazilian Traditional Karate Confederation for more than 15 years. As a sports psychologist for high performance groups, Sensei Gertner holds a world champion, World Cup champion, and the Olympic gold medal at the 2016 Rio Olympic Games with the Brazilian national volleyball team. Sensei Gertner also holds a silver medal at the 2005 Libertadores da América Soccer Club with Clube Atlético Paranaense. He is now the president and chairman of ITKF, member of the technical committee, and member of the Shihankai Council. Sensei Gertner holds a Hachidan of Shotokan by ITKF. How to maintain emotional balance on these present times of volatility? How to stay calm on emotionally charged situations? How to focus on times of distress? Keep calm, breathe deeply, and listen to Sensei Gilberto Gertner. Us.
Thank you, Mr. Kister. Congratulations to all members of the technical committee for the excellent work. Congratulations also to all who are present accompanying this event. I will use a lot of information already worked by Dr. Yorga, very good explanations. Let's talk today in general and superficial about some effects of traditional karate practice. Okay, we will talk about traditional karate and emotional balance. Emotional balance now is very, very important Now we stay in yellow September, and we can think about the depression is difficult around the world. In first time, I will talk about the evolution of focus on karate practice. In first time in monasteries in China, the focus were inside, self-knowledge. When in the second time, China and Okinawa, in the first time outside, to fight, to war, to survival is difficult situations, and inside to outside. When the karate went to Japan, many masters, Gichin Funakoshi and Okinawa masters, many Okinawa masters, returned to focus, include the Do, influence of Zen Buddhism in the karate. No mais Tode, but change to Karate Do. Mr. Jorgensen talked very well about this. Then return to inside, proposition, inside focus. When the karate in the West, the movement is outside, the focus is outside. Competitive sport. We can see today this movement, competitive sport, only sport. Karate, how only sport. But in the new moment, Master Nishiyama can balance inside and outside with traditional knowledge integrated with sport science. Traditional knowledge integrated with sport science. It's very, very important, this movement. He can adjust the balance inside, outside. I think that it's a PowerPoint of traditional karate. And what Mr. Jorgensen talked, the principle is karate applied to life. And our mantra, our principal mantra, our motto now in ITKF is Budo for life. Applied karate, applied to the life. It's very, very important. Is the other step. Resuming, monastery inside, China, Okinawa outside, Okinawa, Japan inside, West outside, and Nishiyama Sensei inside, outside. Or the balance of all the principles of karate in integrate East and West. It's a big step. Budo for life is balance. It is very important to our life. The correct practice of traditional karate can produce the internal balance. Traditional karate goals. ITKF traditional karate goals. It's very important now. We can use ITKF traditional karate because we have the other organizations that use the same words, traditional karate, but our is ITKF traditional karate. Our goals, our PowerPoint, our goals: self-defense, general health, that Dr. Yorga explained very, very well. Mental health, that we will talk about this. Cognitive development, cognitive development is very important. Developing human values. And the other point that is very, very important now, developing a culture of peace, equality, and sustainability. It is very important we use these principles. Peace is very important, equality is very important, and sustainability is very, very important in the day that we live. Now we will present the impacts of traditional karate practice and emotional health. Today we have two disorders, anxiety and depression. Anxiety, we have 3.6% or 218 million people in the world. In depression, 4.4% or 322 million people in the world. Anxiety is a vague and unpleasant feeling of fear that manifests itself as a discomfort or tension resulting from an anticipation of danger, of something unknown. And depression, sadness is a constant feeling which manifests itself for most of the day, almost daily, and for a minimum period of 2 weeks. Then, functional imbalances, anxiety, acceleration, shake, confusion, and depression, low vigor, deceleration, low strength. Opposite, two movements, up and down. Then, if we can think that the traditional karate is balance, the training, the practice result in balance, it's very important because these two imbalances we can think about the autonomic nervous system. Autonomic nervous systems controls internal activities of organs and glands. We have two realms, sympathetic action, and parasympathetic action. Sympathetic action, movement and contraction, and parasympathetic action, relation and recovery. The first, sympathetic arousing and parasympathetic calming. Accelerate, decelerate. This is important to understand how conduce the train and how this action of autonomic system influence in our emotional balance. Then I think that now you can think about how I can use this principle in my class. Then any research and authors that speak about this, impacts of traditional karate practice and emotional health. We have evidence, evidence corroborates the notion that regular physical activity can provide protection against the emergence of anxiety, regardless of demographic factors in Asia, in Europe, in Pan America, in all the world. It was found that aerobic exercise whose intensity does not exceed the lactate threshold may be the most appropriate as an adjunct to traditional therapies in the treatment of anxiety disorders. The example that Dr. Yorga talked about the kata training, kata training continuous is very appropriate to this, how this example. Research has shown that the practice of regular exercise, in addition to physiological benefits, has psychological benefits such as better feeling of well-being, mood and self-esteem, as well as reduce anxiety, tension, and depression. During physical exercise, the body releases two essential hormones to help treat depression, endorphins and dopamine. Both have an influence mainly on mood and emotion. Then, now to the brain. In the hippocampus is the memory, preferential memory locus. In the hippocampus, the transformation of short-term memories occurs, occurs in long-term memories. We can transform short to long-term memories. This mechanism is the basis of learning. It's very important. Moderate aerobic activity produces new cells in the hippocampus. One more time. Moderate aerobic activity produces new cells in the hippocampus. It's very important information also, because we reinforce our hippocampus and our memory and our memory capacity. Volunteers who have practiced aerobic exercise for a year presented a hippocampus increase in relation to a control group composed by sedentaries. It's the other important information to us. Now, impacts of traditional karate on cognitive factors. The combination of learning and exercise can maintain and increase cerebral plasticity. Cerebral plasticity is the capacity of the brain that change. Exercise increase the connection between neurons. It's the other important information. Exercise increase the connection between the neurons. Our synapses up. Then impacts of traditional karate practice on degenerative disease of the brain. Aerobic exercise reduces the dementia risk by 60%. Aerobic exercise, if you remember, Dr. Yorga talked about the kata training continuous and the effect, aerobic effect. Regular exercise serves protection for degenerative disease of the brain. Regular exercise or regular training of karate serve protection for degenerative disease of the brain. Alzheimer and other disease. Aerobic exercise help improve cognitive functions with effects on memory, attention, and in processing speed. Then we can approximate the informations. Moderate physical exercise and karate. Moderate physical exercise. All the research use how basis moderate physical exercise. Most of the reported research refer to moderate physical exercise. Example, walking 5 or 4 days in the week, or so 40 or 50 minutes. The physiological requirement of a well-oriented karate class is similar or greater than the effort spent on a walk. One more time. The physiological requirement of a well-oriented karate class is similar or greater than the effort spent on a walk. We can approximate. We can then iterate that karate's practice has impacts similar to these reported by the surveys to authors already cited. We can then inferate, we need more research, it's very important, that karate's practice has impacts similar to those reported by surveys to authors already cited. Then, now we have any suggestions to structuring of traditional karate classes and enhancing the effects on emotions and cognition. Then, just a moment, please. Few. Then, we can use in the karate class exercise to integrate core and sleeve, breathing and movement, axis and center, exercise to integrate core, muscles of core and sleeve, superficial external muscles. Slow exercise to develop body awareness. Body awareness we can develop with slow movement. We can integrate the movement. Use karate techniques in different sequences to require conscious brain processing. Conscientious brain processing is very important because use the brain systemic, no only points, automatic processing. Conscientious processing use more energy. Use karate techniques in different sequences to require conscious brain processing. It's very important. The other point important in the class, use body pulsation. It's important, body pulsation all the time. No robot. Use body pulsation, contraction and expansion, contraction and expansion. The principles, in action and reaction, basic of traditional karate. Action to the ground, reaction to the technique. Action to the ground, to the floor, action to the technique. Explosion, zanshin, and copying. Face to face, but no touch. Face to face, no contact. face-to-face, intense Zanshin. Exercise with moderate or high intensity, continued for at least 20 minutes. We can use Kihon, we can use Kumite, you can use Kata. But the Kata is very, very high intense. No stop, continuous, train continuous Kata. And internalization exercise. Meditation is very, very important to complement the karate training. Then I will see the explosion, Zanshin and coping in the first time. This is example, the training with Mr. Gomez and Mr. Lotfi in Paris. You can see Zanshin, intention, explosion. The training, no contact, but high intensity. One more time to tempo. It's fine. Okay. The other important questions. Tempo. Então, temos aqui respiração. I'm sorry, breath, né? And diafragma. Okay, breath and diaphragm. Breath is the very important point to balance the emotion, balance the neurovegetative system, and emotion is integrated. Yeah? Then we can see the diaphragm is the principal muscle to the breath. Yeah? We can use diaphragm to, in the next slide, we can see the connection, the muscular path that connects breathing to the ground. To use pressure, the important point to pressure is breath, expiration, but expiration with intention to the expiration way to the ground, when we can use this principle, we can see here in the front face, diaphragm is connection with the ribs in the front of the body. In the back, diaphragm connect with the spine. In the same local that have the iliopsoas. Then this here we can see in this image the way that the muscular connection, the diaphragm to psoas, to adductors, to leg. Oh, I'm sorry. to leg and the foot. Yeah? Connection of the diaphragm, iliopsoas, abductors, calf, and toes is a muscular connection. Is not only a subjective principle, is not only intention, is connected, is a muscular way, a muscular path. Ground pressure is aided by breathing, exhalation. The reaction force return passes through the center of the body and is directed to the technique being applied. Okay, it's very important because it's not only the breath to the ground. How? To the muscular way, to the muscular path. This image, very interesting image, because we can see there is a muscular path that connects breathing to the ground. I remember the master's course in Paris, the class with Mr. Jorgensen, when he explained very well about the breath, using the breath, using the ground, using the breath to the ground, to the floor. And we can see that is not only a subjective thing, but is a muscular thing. This deep anterior line is a very important image to understand that is a muscular connection. Okay, in the second time now, we will use the examples of training. I change the local, just a moment, please. Não consigo, tem que fechar aqui. Okay. Here. Okay. The first exercise to integrate core and sleep, integrate movement and breath. It's very important because in all karate techniques, we use integrate movement and breath. It's a simple exercise. The first exercise. Up, yes. Inspiration, expiration. Use arms, legs integrated with the breath. Inspiration, expiration. One more time, inspiration, expiration. Then we can use also the ribs and this rectificate is fine. Rectificate is fine. And adjust ribs and here. Okay? Now, inspiration, ribs. Inspiration. Now we can use inspiration, inspiration, expiration. Second exercise. Second exercise. The same. Now, here. Inspiration. Carpodai. Expiration. Expiration. What? Inspiration. Inspiration. It's a simple exercise to integrate movement, or breathe, internal, breathe, score, muscles, external muscles, arms and legs. Reconnect. It's very important. Systemic use of the body. It's very, very important. We can see the other question. It's here. Slow down. This initial exercise to integrate core and sleep, breathing and movement. And we can use axis and center. If I breathe in the diaphragma breathe, we can use the center. It's very important. Center. Action in the center, energy in the center with breathing in diaphragma. It's very, very important. Dr. Yorga explained very well about the breath. And axis is very important. Axis, longitudinal axis. Axis is very important in all the practice of karate. Continuous, slow exercise to develop body awareness. And use karate techniques in different sequences to require conscious brain and brain processes. In the karate, we repeat the same movements. Kata and the other movements repeat. When we change the sequences, we can use the other ways in the brain. We create the new connections in the brain. It's very important because we active the brain systemical function. Then I will use the Heian Waza. Heian Waza is the technique that integrate 5 Heian Kata. The first movement, each one. Heian Shoda, Nida, Sanda, Yonda, Goda. Mr. Contarelli explained very well the connections in the basic kata. Heian is the kata created to learn, to teach in the schools, to the more simple movements. It's very important. The advanced kata is more complicated, but the basis of the advanced kata is in Heian series. Mr. Contarelli explained very well about this. I will use karate techniques in different sequences. Different sequences I will use in Heian Waza and use slow movement. Slow movement is very important to body awareness. I need body awareness, not only mechanical movement. Mechanical movement. Many persons train only mechanical movement. It's not good. In the class is important the slow technique and the second movement, contraction, explosion. Okay. Okay, now we use the Heian Waza. Heian Waza. It's a simple different sequence. It's a simple different sequence. We can use slow movement and change the brain, change the connections, change the synapses, brain synapses, and neurons synapses. Now, body pulsation is very important. In the action and reaction that we explain using the breath. Breathe, the intention of breath is to the ground, to the floor. And exercise with high intensity. I think I use in my dojo the first step in the train exercise to integrate core and sleeve movement, breathe and breathe integrate with muscles. Slow exercise, all the techniques in the first step, slow body awareness. And use so 20 minutes the high intensity in the class, because the movement is integrated, is inside my body awareness. I inside the techniques. The technique is inside now. Is my technique in my body, internal, and then I can use velocity, explosion, power in this moment. Dr. Yorga suggests the kata training. 15 basic katas more kitei kata that Mr. Gomez will show in the next class is very important. In we have 15 katas, 15 basic, more one. 16 basic katas include Kitei kata. It's very, very important because Kitei kata is our kata. It's exclusive ITKF traditional karate. And we can value, a great value to Kitei kata. And we can use change, slow movement, contraction movement, explosion movement. I will show with Reya Waza. Reya Waza. First movement, slow. Second movement, contraction. Feel all the muscles, contraction. Third movement, explosion. Action, slow. Contraction. Power to the floor, connection, here, okay, and here. Now, speed. Sound. Short time. It's only example we can adjust, change the form of train. Slow, contraction, and speed. And to finish the class is very important. Parasympathetic action, relax, and meditation. Finish the class with relation, relax, expiration, emphasis in expiration. Expiration is parasympathetic action. Expiration, relax. Relax, sit or many positions, and is very important, finish it with meditation time, because I can integrate all the principles that I work in the class.
More 5 minutes, Sensei. More 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I think that it's very important. Then we can use a simple techniques to relax in the ground. Is very important, the position that the legs in the ground. This position is important in the floor. With diaphragm, emphasis in expiration. Expiration here. Okay, when finished stretching and sit. And here we can use the meditation time, short time meditation, to integrate all the exercise that I train in the class. Connect it with your breath, with your body, your emotional, with your emotions and with your things. Five minutes, we can recover it. The training, we can recover it and okay to go to my life. Let's finish the train. I integrate the train. I integrate the traditional karate in my body, in my emotions, in my things, in my brain, and I will go to my life. To finish with the motto, with our motto, Budo for life. That is a great principle of ITKF traditional karate. It's very important that I finish balance. My body is balanced, my emotional system balance, and my autonomic system balance. Thank you very much to all that stay here in this seminar.
Thank you, Chairman Sensei Gilberto Gettner, for your class. Welcome to the Global Seminar. Let's enjoy more ITKF videos, and after we will introduce the last class.
Had a woman. Hi everyone, my name is Amanda Delgado Gussão. I'm a member of the Had a Woman Commission at ITKF. This commission has been created mainly to approximate, unite, and encourage all women who practice karate. Following the Sustainable Development Goal number 5 of the United Nations 2030 Agenda, our purpose is to achieve gender equality and to empower all women and girls inside ITKF. If you are willing to contact us, please write at hadawoman@itkf.global. We will soon as well be part of the official website of ITKF. Bye and thank you.
Hello, I am Sensei Carolo from Brazil. My karate studies began almost 40 years ago, and presently I hold a Hokudan of Shotokan at ITKF. The Socio-Educational Projects Commission has the following purpose: develop, advise, and enable projects in the social and educational area of traditional karate, aimed at children and adolescents in situations of vulnerability and risk. The projects will be aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and ITKF intends its global implementation. Our experience in Brazil, with the support of the government and companies, reached 500,000 children. If any of is willing to collaborate with the Social Educational Projects Commission at ITKF, do not hesitate to contact me at socialprojects@itkf.global.
Hello ITKF family, my name is Vinicius and my nickname is Vina. The Athletes Former Championships Committee brings their vision and experience to suggest improvements, adequation and create of new competition rules. Seminars, roundtables, discussion, among global class top-level athletes will bring development to the traditional karate as envisioned by ITKF purpose. They will report and present their suggestions to the ITKF Technical Committee for analysis and approval, OS.
Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle.
That is to say, the heart is not a part of the body in the sense that a distributor is part of an automobile engine.
Yes.
Whoa, very nice this video. I'm feeling adrenaline on my body. Welcome to the global seminar. Now I'd like to invite again General Secretary Mr. Kist to introduce the last class. Check your microphone, please. Oh, yeah, that's okay.
Hello, everybody. Let's now give ourselves a warm welcome to Justo Gomez. Sensei Justo Gomez is a karate natural that he started his keris, tsukis, and jumps at distance farmland in Argentina at the age of 8, to the amazement of his father and his mother. 2 years later, with the age of 10 years old, his father couldn't stop him. So he took the little Justo to Sensei Alberto Guairis. 10 years later, Justo Gomez met Sensei Nishiyama. World champion in the following 7 world championships. Sensei Justo has more than 25 gold, silver, and bronze medals, which allocates him as the most accomplished athlete of ITKF history. His dojo, Justo Gomez Escuela de Karate, is based on Buenos Aires and spreads traditional karate for more than 25 countries. Sensei Justo Gomez holds a Chichidan for Shotokan by ITKF, and he is presently a member of the ITKF Technical Committee. Today, Sensei Gomez will teach us Kitei, the compulsory form for competition among different karate schools of ITKF. Kitei brings together elements of Nahate, Shorite, Sanchin, Seizan, Hangetsu, Sochin. Kitei is the inspiration of Hidetaka Nishiyama, Shotokan, Tomo Haruki Saki, Goju-ryu, Kenei Mabuni, Shitoryu, to honor the friendship of their masters, Jishin Nakoshi, Kenmue Mabuni, and Shojun Miyagi. To practice Kitei is the most sublime way of honoring the memory of those beloved masters. They lived their life to bring their art to us. Put your geese on, out of your chair, and with Sensei Gomez. Oh.
I won't say for my master and from this group technical committee, very thank you for this word, what you give for me. For me, it's great pleasure and big honor to stay near to you. Always, I understand more deep karate. Thank you for this opportunity, Sensei Jorgensen, and Sensei Contarelli, and Sensei Yorga, and Sensei Gilberto Sensei. Thank you, Sensei Nere Tsu. Yeah, thank you for this honorable group technical, who is the technical chairman and ITKF. For me, it's a big honor. I will start Kitei, okay? Kitei is, Sensei Luis said, the perfect composition for show all aspects of traditional karate. Traditional karate work for the principle, the body, who create most power in each movement, like rotation, vibration, pressure, and reverse rotation. Our way will go up, yeah, and shifting, yeah, and contraction and expansion. All these aspects we can learn in Kitei. It's not kata, it's composition, like Sensei Luis said. That is very important, but many people feel like kata, but it's composition, okay? That is for master from Master Kisaki, Mauri Sensei, and Sensei Nishiyama. they together compose this kata. And we are trying to show for you this kata. Right? For start with left leg and after right leg. For start for say bow. Right? Right and left. Need control all your body. Okay? Not like this. Another. No. Only this and the other. And bow, another two. Okay? Our eyes look for back. Pull our eyes for back. Okay? Our breathing in the center, in the heart. Take with diaphragm, this muscle. Take your breathing, our breathing in the heart. And our coccyx to the floor. A little for front. And pelvis go for very important. This is our body is more control, more easy for control. Okay, and all our spine straight. The mass for abdomen push for back, and this muscle push for front. This side and this side inside. Okay, and this muscle, this part of the body, take our body. Okay, now use breathing. Our breathing here and exhale from the floor. From the floor to the center and the center. Push. All technique for arm from the center. Our leg, two. Our body, two. Okay? For any action. We try show that works. Okay? I start with left leg. Each.
This movement we use reverse rotation.
Now, shoot and
then rotation.
Yeah.
Reverse rotation.
Sun.
And then rotation.
Slowly show our breathing come from the floor and next.
Reverse rotation.
Now slide and okay, with kiai. It's part like kiai. Okay. Now turn our body. Okay, turn like that. This side go, turn, and this go for up. And this for gedam barai, kousla gedam barai. Okay, from here. Okay, now go this side, slide. Okay, now the other side. And movement is
vibration.
Go for this side. Now, okay. Now, Sanchidachi. From here. Okay, so I will let must go this side. Go. Now, take Tsukami. Yeah. Seito and Keito and now Tsukami. Now again, Sanchidachi. And Tsukami again. Okay? Now this side, we turn, hand squat. Okay? Like squat a little more. Okay? Right? And Tsukami again. Now turn our body, use compression. And turn again. Always push from the floor. Power comes from the floor. Muscle use. And now again, this side always. Yeah, this side. Okay. Now take Tsukami. Okay. Now Jordan, and same swatch, humming, reverse forward, yeah?
Rotation. Reverse rotation.
Now, shoulder mawashigere, and vibration, yes, and Yamasuki rotation. Now, Ushiro, Jordan, with reverse force, okay? Rotation. Now, mawashigere, yes, vibration, and
Rotation.
yeah. Now, twist and go. Okay, slowly but slow. Okay, now rotation, rotation, and vibration. Okay, now kick my direction. Just. Okay, now turn our body. Turn, and vibration. Shoulder my direction. Okay, now up and down. Okay, and then quasi. Okay, from quasi, take the side, circle that. Take and push. Muscle contraction. Now turn, take shoulder. Now, be careful of that. Only move your a little, not so much, but move with breathing and take by breathing. Sun. Yeah, now this movement. Okay, now focus to that. Yeah, take your opponent and push. Okay, now mind it, shoot them, and now go back. Yeah. Sanya. Yeah. Hey. Yes. Okay, now a little explanation. Maybe I can't explain only Spanish, but I will try, okay? This side, say, this power, from breathing for the floor, and after this, again. Okay, from the center, we move our body from the center. Not for outside. Yes? And, okay? When move this leg for the other step, be careful, no, not like this. Try. Okay? Push our leg for internal muscle. Okay? Not like that. Okay? We must show that because that is show our level in traditional karate training. Okay? We must learn deep this aspect because that is our goal in traditional karate. Developing more and more deep, always this technique. After this come better, more clear our mind about self-defense, about our power, body power, and about our mind. Okay? When we develop more this aspect, our mind becomes more strong decision for each action. Okay, that is our training. It's not for body, it's for human aspect. Sensei Jorgensen say very clear, told very clear. Okay, one more. Hey, bow. Hey. Start, remember, no more like that. Go for center. Body for center. Now for outside. Turn our body. Samina. Now slide. Like that, but all body together, not separate, okay? All together and finish when our legs is together. This movement, punch. No punch, this and this, okay? All together. Right here. Now turn extra. Okay, now use this power and this reverse force. This power for this arm, the other for this arm. Okay, together. Okay, now this side. Yes. Okay, as a little slow, slide, not so much. Okay. Now the other side. Yes. Change our weight. Change this side. But no move our leg, okay? Our feet no need move. From here, okay, after this, slide again. Okay, the left from here, okay? This side. We are this side. Okay, now something that. Okay, the movement come from here. And from here go up. Another from here up. This side. Another, together, and to come, okay? Hey, each way. Ne Sukami, when Sukami go from the floor, take the middle, go this, and from there, come inside to the floor. Now to the floor, go again. Take to the floor. Okay, now push like that and do that. Turn it. Oh, the floor. Now the other steps. Other. Okay. Now Jordan. From here. Jordan. Okay. Now Jordan. Here. Vibration. Inside vibration, not outside. Inside. And this vibration, we must transmit this vibration here. Don't stop here. Continue vibration. We breathe. After, okay. From here, go back. We breathe in, push, breathe, other side. Okay. Our hip, this power is reverse rotation. Okay. Now shoulder mamas here again. Okay. Now our arm together and go. Okay. From here, go forward, run, and control the other feet. Okay. Now shoulder, the reverse rotation, vibration, and now kick. Okay. Now turn. Okay, turn and control this side. Okay, turn and control this side and go. Run, go. Okay. Now take other same time jump. Okay. We start here. Be careful. That is like that. The same. Neck was slash. Go slash. Okay. That is it. Neck was slash. Okay. From here, hold. Take and push. Be careful. Take with breathing. Now push with breathing from the center to the floor. Now rotation Control this side. Okay, we are here. Somebody come, control him. Okay, push our Kamigan, our key in front. Okay, not only technical, strong impression. Okay, this composition must go impression too, and master maestria. Mastership. Mastership. Control. Okay. Now this and take our body now on the floor, not on top. We can push like that. Push all the way from the floor. Sensei Gilberto explained very well that point. From the floor, push. Now the pressure, kick. With this pressure, kick. Okay. Now again. Now go for back. Go. Now strong, slowly. Away. Here. Right. Yes. Here. Okay. What are you finished? How long since they don't know is man to me?
That's okay. You have more 15 minutes.
Yes. Okay. Let's go one more time. Okay. Slowly, I will try show for you little bunkai. Okay. My interpretation. Okay. Of course, the bunkai. All this technique is for developing this power, rotation, pendulum, vibration, pressure, this, and shifting, and compression expansion, all and strong mind, strong control, strong key. All these aspects we must show in this composition, because that is, traditional kata is that. Not, as the Yama always say, we are not ornament. No, we must create power for each movement because that is our goal. Power comes from mind. Our body is only that. Our mind is not clear what is power, real power. Okay? When we can develop power, our mind is more strong to the other. Okay, that is not real power for our body. Real power comes from the mind, and the mind to use all body by breathing. I'm very sorry to my English, but okay, let's go. Now we'll show a little bunkai, okay? Pause, thank you. Okay. The first movement, she attacked me each. Yeah. Okay, again. The other side, please. Attack is not this side, but for sure. H. If I hit the friend here, it's very hard. But if I go inside, she cannot follow here. Okay? Again. Each. Here no power, but here very strong. I must go here. Now, okay. This side for please. Start with left leg. Each leg and finish. See, go. See, head. Yeah. Control again. Yeah. Sana. Now slide, and punch. Okay. Okay. Now this side. See attack. Go. This side. And now this arm. Now Okay, again, please. Near. Okay, the other side, please. Near. This for command. Maybe she punch here. And go here, okay? Because that, we do that and this command. Go, another punch, go, and. Okay? Now again, please attack she, knee. Okay? One more. This is the side, but I will move here and will take. Okay? Like that, and take. Without we can do maybe this and go. We have many other applications for tormewas. Okay? Near. Sun. Other side. Here. Go. Take. Okay? Now, she attack for back. Near. Yeah. Near. And take. Again, you can do that and finish or only control. Okay? Again. Control here and control the other. See? Down, punch me, down, and control. Yeah? Punch up, after. Okay? Okay, punch arriba. Okay? Because that can. Okay? Run and take. Near. Okay? Maybe this side. Sorry. Now, each go and home. Turn. Okay? We'll finish. Take the arm. Okay? Now, Jordan. Near. Okay, no. And Jordan. And the kid. But she will defend. Near. Defend. Now, I finish. Okay? For back. Again, near. Now, Mama, she get it. Okay. Now I finish. Okay? This side, please. Now, near. She defend or, yeah, she attack me. Attack me. Yeah, and after this one. But I defend, I attack she, and she defend. The other. Now, my children, she defend after. Okay? When I kick, my kick need recovery again. After this, I have another technique, okay? Yeah, she defends. Yes. My yes. And, okay? Now other side, please. Yes. Side. Yes. Now kick, yes. Side. Now I jump. And through. Okay? Please decide. Now shift. Okay, control. Sensei jump. Do that. Like go. And this. And go. Okay? Another side, please. Now go here. Here. Go with your body. If I think like that, this is difficult. But here it's more easy for me. Okay? Because use and this, after this, and this here. Okay? Take and after this, sheep on here. Okay? After you done, other. Okay? Finish here. Near. This is slow. But son, come. Other. I kick here and push it. Push. Okay? But maybe she defend. Yes. And defend. And attack again. And come on. Hey. 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 Okay? That is a little bunkai with each sequence. Okay? Now, sequence, continuous sequence. Okay? I will try show for you. Hey. Okay. Hey. H, yeah, Hey, now do it again. Hey, okay? Oh, no smile to me and say Jorgens. Hey, do it again. Sorry. Remember, always left and right. After this, right and left. No move our body like that because it's so dangerous. Okay, I will fight with somebody. I put my weight here and he can attack me. No show any big movement. Okay, bow, must control. And all my breathing. When say kitei two, no kitei from here. Hey! Hey! Okay, start from here and your leg. Yeah. Breathe. Our breathing finish here. No. Finish here. Now start again. And finish here. Yeah. Finish here. Don't finish. Maximum pressure here. But continue the pressure inside our opponent. Okay? Knee. Pressure for the floor and continue. Body finish. But breathing, do here like that. Continue. On the floor, all body. Now start at it. Finish that one. I'm sorry. Now it's slide. When punch, yes. Okay. When punch, breathe into that. This moment, and continue pressure from the beginning. Okay. Now. Strong kick. Maybe we will die. Without spirit, we fight. Without spirit, we do kata. Without spirit, we live. Okay? Sanyo! Contraction. Hey. Okay. How time?
You have more 3 minutes to finish your class.
Yes, more time.
3
Okay.
minutes.
3 minutes, but it's nothing. Okay, I will try to explain something. Okay, 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Okay. Yeah. For me, this is the best exercise for create. Maybe because I feeling Sensei Nishiyama inside this kata. I feeling his life here inside this composition. I feeling Master Mamuri. I feeling Master Kisaki. Inside, they thinking about this for show for us something who come from all him knowledge. Yeah, because that I enjoy so much when I do this composition. I feel very strong spirit. That is the original for me. It's the original feeling we must learn for understand deep traditional karate, because they compose this composition with all his experience and his father. Big knowledge comes from this master, and this all knowledge they put inside this composition. I think for me it's very strong messenger from this master, and from this they understand this messenger from all his master. This messenger, this knowledge they put inside this composition, because that I feel very strong when I do this composition. Okay? Hey, the last composition, the last day. Hey, thank you so much. Hey, show me. Hey, Sensei, Yorga Sensei, Yorga Sensei Contarelli, Sensei Gilberto, Sensei Nere. Hey, Os! Hey, thank you for showing me this way for this long time. Long time I see you and follow your way. So you follow Sensei Shama, I follow Sensei Shama, and you. Now, thank you for everything. Os! My class is finished. Thank you for everything.
Thank you, Justo Gomez Sensei, for your class. It's very well. We had 6 wonderful and important classes, all very well scientific and grounded. And now with you, the chairman, Mr. Gilberto, to make the final remarks and close on this event. With you, Chairman Gilberto.
Hello, ITKF family. I would like to thank our great teachers and to all who participate in the organization of this seminar. Our main objective was to integrate our affiliates and also to provide everyone with a wide view of the effects of traditional karate practice. I would like to thank also all who participate and joined this event. Together, we will make ITKF bigger and stronger. Thank you very much. See you later. Korish Guncha. A plus tarde. Arak Lahigan. Arrivederci. Hasta la vista. Bye bye.
See you Sunday time. Next Sunday. Technical committee.